Welcome one and all to the stream. I am McDowling, your baffled time-travelling host, and today we're going to be doing some art. How are you doing, Nod? I hope the day is treating you well. Today we're working on a commission that I have from Cave of the Dead. And I'm going to, first things first, get all my notes for this because I do need to make sure that I'm following the correct format. First things first is the 2.5 by 3.5 ratio. But I need to know, that's the size for the entire card. How much space do I need to leave for the title though? So I feel like crap, but I have something to distract myself. It is very nice to have some distractions. They're very useful. I've actually been running into the issue that a lot of my usual distraction games are not pulling my interest, so I have less to really focus on. But to be fair, I also have work I need to do, so that's probably for the best. Not bad. So the big thing we have is that we're going to make this into the notes layer. This, would be, okay. So we're working on the potion card. That doesn't seem I need to hide it. There we go. Density. Would you rather save your best friend's life if it meant 5 strangers would die, or save 5 strangers if it meant sacrificing your best friend? Wow, we're starting off with deep questions today. Sorry, Derek, I guess you're dying. Oh, hello there, Sarah! How are you? In a motorcycle helmet, and it was trashed, so I've taken the whole thing apart to clean it. Tomorrow I have to put it back together, then I'm going to wrap it in blue chrome. Nice. There we go, that's more visible. Potion, that's it. Needs to be with glowing fluid inside. And our colour palette is, we don't have to use all of these don't have to be the only colours necessarily. But ideally at least 2 of these, black, teal, and purple. My favourite. I'd be lying if I said I was doing well, but I'd be lying if I said I was doing awful. I see. Yeah, blue chrome sounds really neat. Well, I'm glad that you're not doing awful. I will take that as a win. Alright, what's this? Is it under outline of the project? I'm looking through, there's a Discord server that the details are in, and it does not sound like I need to... Yeah, it doesn't sound like I need to myself put in the name. Yeah, I just need to have it in this ratio. Which makes sense because I imagine that they would like the final, the finalized cards to all have the same, borders and such. Wait, Fall Guys the game? What's it doing? Okay, so potion bottle, glowing liquid. Fairly simple stuff. Let's see, what shape of potion bottle, I suppose, is going to be the first question. I'm going to start with a very classic one. See how I feel about it. This is just light sketches. This is I promise it won't look like this at the end. Yeah, we could do something like that. Of course, Cave of the Dead is unsurprisingly very undead themed, so I could also try that one. Is more of a coffin-shaped potion. Something like that could be fun. Yeah, maybe we'll try that. Might be a little more complicated to make the liquid look good in it, but I don't know half of what I'm doing. Yeah, I've only ever seen little bits of Fall Guy when... what's his name? His name escapes me at the moment. Okay, he does a bunch of music. And yeah, it does look confusing. It does look confusing. I suppose if I want to make a coffin shape, it should probably be a little more like that. And perhaps actually a bit narrower. More like that. That's about the shape of a coffin. What's the difference between a coffin and a casket, anyway? Something just fell off my desk. Coffins are usually made out of wood and lined with cloth interiors. Oh, there we go. Unlike caskets, they do not have rails that make transportation easier. Instead, coffins have what are known as coffin furniture. They can give funeral attendees some information about the financial abundance of the deceased in life. Okay. Coffins have 6 sides to them instead of 4. Oh, so I'm specifically... So yes, this is coffin-shaped, not casket. So caskets are the rectangular ones. Plus the top of the coffin is wider than its bottom. Oh, is it now? Ah. Coffins get tapered to conform to the shape of a human form, but they're nowhere close to the human form. A coffin also has a removable lid, while caskets have lids with hinges. Ah. Either way, I'm apparently doing coffin specifically, not casket. As of, well, yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to fit a typical body in there. That would be... I guess it'd be kind of impressive. Did you know... Yeah, I need to make this much narrower, actually. Yeah, did you know that, Washington State... Actually, I'm not sure if it's the entire state. But anyway, at some point, so apparently most places are very restrictive on how you can be... Your remains can be disposed of. But Washington is one of the first places with, human composting being allowed. So if you would like, you can just be turned into dirt. There's apparently a place to get that done in Seattle. Yeah, something like that, perhaps. There we go. It's still not quite the right shape, is it? There we go, more like that. Yeah, there we go. Well, maybe... No, that does seem to be about how narrow they get at the bottom. The only problem with being turned to dirt is what if you get pulled out on the ground? And some kid comes up and thinks, he needs you think it's just regular dirt. To be fair, that wouldn't be any less sanitary than regular dirt. But really, I mean, that's the same problem as, like, with cremation, because either way, the problem is someone poured you out for some reason. So, you know, don't pour out the remnants of dead people, I suppose, is the solution. Yeah, it was definitely a bit wonky as far as all that proportions. You know, I almost want to make a 3D model of this and use that as a reference. What if they forget it's you? Well, I mean, hopefully they have you labeled. Same as how you hope that your urn doesn't get opened up and used as a vase. Okay, to make that narrower, I think. And maybe shorter as well. Something more like that. Oops. Something like that. But I'm thinking it might be fun to do a more ambitious angle. So yeah, we're going to try making a 3D model. I've never done this before. I mean, I've made 3D models. I have never used a 3D model I've made as a reference. So let's open Blender. I've not touched you in so long. I hope that you don't demand an update or anything. There we go, let's... I've never tried capturing Blender on screen, Okay, that's working fine. A child eating dirt or a Corvette logo? I don't know the Corvette logo, so we will go with a child eating dirt. Alright, let's see. And where is my... See, I cannot remember what was my command again for the 1 minute timer. There we go. Oh, just 1 minute timer. Perfect. Okay, let's go. Oops. Here's our dirt. So there's one. We've still got time. Child gets a hat. I don't know why this is such a classic way of depicting a child with one of these little hats. There we go. 1 minute over. Heavens. R.I.P. Grandma indeed. You know, I've actually seen... So I used to work at a thrift store, and one of the worst things that we ever got donated to the thrift store was, in fact, someone's ashes. I don't know how it happened. I don't know if it was on purpose or on accident, I have no idea. I just know that somehow... somehow we ended up with, yeah, people. So, yeah, please don't do that. Thrift store workers, they're not getting paid enough to deal with that. Okay, good hit. Okay, I still remember at least some of the controls. Where's... Oh, I'm in object mode. Edit mode. There we go. There. Where's... Oh heavens! It has been, I think, a year since I've touched this program. I don't know why before and since mix up in my mind. I do it in both English and Spanish. For some reason, those are just the same word to my brain. Okay, okay, vertex. Okay, so I think first things first. I want this to be symmetrical, so we... Yes. That's... we're going to go back to object mode, and... Where are my modifiers? There we go. Mirror! There we go. Y-axis. Perfect. To edit mode. So, good heavens, this is difficult to remember all of it. Where's the is that this move? There we go. Oh, right. What was the... Nah, it's fine. We'll deal with that later. Yeah, something like that, and then this. No, yeah, that's fine. Well, yeah, it's fine. So about where do I want that to become? Square. Can't be quite there. Let's see. My coffin reference. Ah, yeah. Much higher, first of all. Ah, that's looking better. Ah. Would you rather travel to 50 countries by yourself or 10 countries with your best friend? Is it more travel time if I'm doing it alone? Is this all within the same amount of time? I suppose I don't get to know that. Now that's weird. Why is it doing that? And what are you doing? What is... Oh, hold on a second. Yep, that's what happened. I did not mean to select that. I think I'm going to actually make that a little narrower. There. Okay, so, important question. Is this narrower than that? It is, which it is not supposed to be. We're going to... that. that? Much better. Oh my goodness. What is all this? Dude walks in and walks up to the cat. I'm trying to sell my grandma's ashes. So here's the worst thing though. The thrift stores don't give you any money. This was donated. The most they would have gotten is a discount at the store. Like, they gave it for free. They didn't even try to get money, which feels more insulting. Okay, so now I'm going to need. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a cylinder. Add. Is the voter how to add? Do I add a new object again? Duplicate, mirror, prevent. Oh, parent, not prevent. No, not duplicate. Give me a new object. Object, there we go. Transform. New. Create new. This is just the same menu, but with more options. I add, there we go. Oh. Cylinder. Perfect. See, because that was the question is, was this on purpose? The person, be quiet at the phone. The person who donated it, were they purposefully trying to get rid of Grandma? Or were they just, did they just misplace her? And she ended up accidentally in a bunch of items that were going to a thrift store? Like, do we have someone who's just like, wow, I hate this person, I'm not even going to dignify them with a proper burial or anything, they're just going to a thrift store? Or was it someone who's like, you know what? I haven't seen Grandma for a while. Does anyone know what happened? Anyway, let's... Oh, I do wish I remembered my shortcuts. I need to... Is this resize? Yes. Ah, yes, excellent. Perfect. That'll work for now. Object mode, this, we're going to apply this. Okay, edit mode. Yeah, can we just bridge these? Oh, that says new edge. Oh, I suppose I'm doing it that way. Ah, that's just F. Okay. Well, not bad, not bad. Wouldn't let him have dessert before dinner. It's like, yep, don't like you anymore. I mean, to be fair, I've certainly met parents who deserve that level of disrespect. But, like, I still don't feel like it's fair to the workers who then have to deal with them. So, this... Oh, object mode. Back to this one. Edit mode. Loop cut. There's the one to... that one. Just need more loop cuts than that. We'll go with that. We'll call that good enough. Yeah, that's fine. And that way we can grab... what's the, I've forgotten so many shortcuts that would make this a lot easier. Oh well. Nope, wrong one. There we are, there we are. Yeah, I have done that wrong, haven't I? I guess we'll have to do... like that? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, where's the, what the heavens did I just do? No, undo that. She unplugged his video game when he was 9, so I unplugged a life support at 9 as well. Word scramble? Oh. UN papyrusm. Okay, what's the select all the way around button? Nope, not that. I guess I have to do it manually. Oh, dang it, no. All those. Okay, there we go. Now size. Excellent. Dang it. That's fine. We won't worry about that. Yeah, that'll... it's fine. Okay, so now let's go back to our object mode. We're going to add another cylinder. No, not that. Wait, no. Select it again, please. Edit mode. This is... I know this isn't the right way to do this. Move. Shortcut is G. Oh, because grab. No, thank you. Please get back. No, I want... oh, well. We'll do the resizing here. So this is going to be the cog, which means that bottom is going to have to be smaller. Not too much though, because I'm also going to make the top larger. Actually, maybe that's still too extreme. Oops, I don't know. Da, da, da. Perfect. Okay, I like I am going to grab that. I know that there is a shortcut to grab all of these all the way around at once. Sadly, it is not one that I recall. This is what you get when you don't practice a skill for an entire year. You forget how it all works. Let's not remember that. I think that's enough. And okay. I kind of want to put it into wireframe mode, but I think it might be better to make this actually transparent. Yeah, if I'm going to be doing well, wireframe mode will work. Right. Yeah. Okay, so I want... Thank you. Perfect. I want to keep it perfectly like this. It's not going to let me do that, that's fine. Yeah, like that. Just move that out of the way, thank you. Do you think we need to take all of this up there so that we don't have anything in the way? Yeah, I mean, it's a little hard to see what's going on there due to how many vertices we have. Okay, let's simplify this object. Edit mode. Okay, so first of all, I don't actually need any of those vertices. So how... Because what I want is I want to delete them, but without deleting the faces. Delete vertices. No. Delete... Dissolve that. That didn't, still didn't work. Limited dissolve. There we go. Same as the middle section. Oh, you know what I've been getting into recently? This is going to sound very boring to you both, I'm sure, but so I've been trying new foods, and Derek and I have, in particular, been eating a lot of Pokeballs. If you don't know what they are, it's kind of like if you had sushi, but, like, you just took apart the sushi and put it in a bowl. It's delicious. But they just have edamame in them, which just means soybeans. And I found that I absolutely love, edamame. And, yeah, that works. I kind of want to also reduce the number of vertices here, but that would be kind of a pain. Yeah, so I've been eating a lot of soybeans because they're very easy food, because you can just, once they're thawed, you can just kind of eat them by the handful. And if I'm not feeling like putting in actual work into, you know, eating my food, making my food rather, then I can just have those. Unfortunately, we're out of them because I did eat them all, but it was great while it lasted. And they're not even terribly expensive, which is always nice. I should make those two things match, shouldn't I? Okay, there we go. That's good enough for my needs. I wish I could... I guess technically I can make them look different like that, but I wish that I could make the different wireframes different colours, aside from, you know, by doing that. Because this is a little complicated to look at. Oh, I think I know how, actually. So, all I need to do, let's get back to object mode first. Oops, not like that. I guess first I need to move down. Well, do I want it like that? I could try to do it from above, that would be neat. Now we'll do this perspective. Oh, if I look into... I mean, I could set up an actual... because I kind of want a little bit of, like... look how blue. Maybe it is called blue? No, it's called something else. Oh, isn't there a shortcut for move my... Where's the move my camera to over here? Duplicate, mirror, snap. No. Move to collection. No, how do I make this be where I'm looking? Oh, hello there! Also, I haven't, I missed all of last week's streams, so yeah, I was also on that. But hi, Lemon, how are you doing? I am discovering how much of Blender I've forgotten. Blender, new camera 2P. Numpad 0. No, that was the opposite of what I wanted! How? Bad, but I'm getting better. Things have been hectic. Same on my end. I'm glad that things are starting to get better for you, though. Supposedly I can do... No, it's not even doing it now. Oh yeah, okay. So, focal distance... yes, focal length is what I want to change, but first... How do I make it... No, not that. Undo what I just did? View... Arrow... Oh heavens, I used to know how to do so many things. How do I put the camera here? Oh, see you in a bit, Saron. How else? Go to the left. Right, go to the left. Left. View. Ah, there we go. Camera to view. There we go. It's not seem to have done anything. Maybe I need to go to the camera first. There we go, thank heavens. No! Come with me, camera! Don't abandon me. Okay. Okay, I can't make use of the convenience. Good news, new partners. Bad news, one is dying. Oh, duh. Oh, that is... I'm so sorry. Why does that not look right? Something's very wrong with this. I can't tell exactly what. Why can't I just click this and have the camera come with me? No, camera. Come with me. You're supposed to look to my view. Take it. Okay, that. No. Excellent. Now, just focal length. Wait. No, stop. Don't do that. One more. Okay, so we adjust the focal length. I don't... Well, let's try to get a very... Oh, that... No, wait, don't do that. Not like that. Just focal length. So if we make it incredibly extreme... Is this even the effect I want? No. Focus distance now. That the effect I want? Finding as best as I can, I'm spending as much time as I can with it. Well, I'm glad that you are getting to spend time. That is very important. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjust the focal length again, like that. Why does this look? It is slightly off, isn't it? Oh, I think. Close enough. It'll do. So, what I need, where are my... I want that middle one. Yeah, no, I think that helps to have a good idea of where everything is. So, now, snipping tool. Why is it not working? There we are. So, what I'm doing is I'm going to have one of each of these. Just need to get this to that. That's fine. You'll see what I'm talking about in a little bit. No, I need to change those. There we go. Alright, and then one with all of them together. Perfect. So now what I need is to switch this over to paint till side so you can actually see it. So it's a little small, but we'll fix that, don't worry. Group so that I can resize and move them all together. this is actually scaling surprisingly well, all things considered. Okay. Da-da. Would you rather be the funniest person in the room or the smartest person in the room? I suppose that depends on what's happening in the room. You know, I guess either way, I'd rather be the funniest person in the room, because having people who are smarter than you around is always a good thing. Having people who are funnier than you is also fun, but I feel like having people who are smarter is more important. Okay. So unwieldy at size. Okay, is that about centered? Does it make me smarter than them, or does it make the other people dumber than me? I think it just it's just like, if you could be, not as in like it's modifying anyone, but just if you're in a room with several people, which position would you rather occupy? Being the smartest or being the funniest? It's more or less symmetrical, right? And here you're going to see how I check to see if something is symmetrical. And you'll see it's a very, very sophisticated method. So we've got that there, in essence, and I'll just take that. Okay, let's move this just a little. I just want this to be all a little wider. Actually, no, I think I want it to be a little smaller. Ah, dang it. 1 second. That's fun. That's more useful for social situations. It sounds like that's what we're talking about here. Yeah, I mean, probably social. That would be my guess. So what I'm going to do is just replace these so that it can all be only as large as the canvas. There we go. So now when we transform, it should be easier. Of course, the symmetries become a little undone again, but I want it to be a little smaller, so that we can show a little bit more of the area surrounding it. Speaking of which, what sort of surface should this be on? Do I want to have it on a table, on stone? There's some options. Let's see. So we're working with purple, teal, and black as our colours. One second, let me check something. Because I know this isn't the only bottle. And I don't want this to end up too similar to the other bottle. This makes me think I should have taken a more extreme angle. Well, this is an annoying time to decide I want a more extreme angle, but it is better than if I waited even longer. So, more extreme angle it is. Now, let me make sure that you can see. Blender, where are you? There you are, Blender! Still tied there, still tied. Good. There we go, I think that's fairly symmetrical. See, I like this, but I kind of want the idea of being very, very close to... Oh, that's how you do that, right? Just... how do I do this? I think what I need... Oh, that's it, coming close. Is the opposite of what I need. I just focal length. Very short focal length, and then I think... Get very close. Oh boy, it's not moving hardly at all. Okay, let's see. There we go. Ah, yes, there we go. Okay, this is more what I was looking for. Oh. Perhaps a little less extreme, actually. I'll continue tinkering with it while, at break, probably. I will see you all in just a little bit. back, and I remembered that I have a Red Bull. Well done on getting wet, by the way. I think that is the shortest word I have in the entire collection. I forgot that I put that in there. Okay, so now we have one of them, but I'm going to try another. How do I make it? It's fine now. I want to make it relative to... there we go. A bit extreme. What does this look? Like it's slightly tilted. There, something like that. Come on. I need to stop being this obsessed over symmetry. Sister told me she'd teach me how to be a girl. Oh, all the stuff you missed out on growing up. Oh, that's amazing. That's lovely. It must have been so nice to have someone who can show you the ropes, as it were. Do I like that? Don't want it more extreme, less extreme. Maybe like that? Yeah, we'll try that. Yeah. Da-da-da. Yeah, like, even if it's not something that, like, there's a correct way to do, that doesn't mean that there isn't a lot to learn, potentially. And, I mean, it makes sense if you feel more comfortable, more confident if you get, you know, told. Even if you then take everything you were told and be like, I'm not interested in that in particular, having the starting knowledge is very useful. That one. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, probably. Actually, let's take a look. Oh, we're very close to it. Okay, back to object mode. This one. Perfect. That should help me to have a better idea of how things are positioned. And where's my aesthetic? There it is. That, then, yeah, I think, yes, that is very helpful. Do we shoot? Okay. Okay. I I realise I don't have any that are just that. I guess I don't really need it for this perspective. Like, that shape is very clear anyway. Okay, mate. So now if we can switch backwards. Where's the window? There it is. Okay. So, final question is, which of these perspectives do I like best? I will transform. Very important to hold shift while doing this so that it is a consistent transform so it doesn't mess up the proportions. What if that is? Go with that for the start. I believe it's coin flip, specifically. Coin flip 500. Which, I don't... Can I change that? I don't know, that does seem unnecessarily long, doesn't it? Oh, can I have multiple options for games? Oh, yes. I can. I should probably not be doing that in the middle of this. But I can. Oh, no. I've made a mistake and I've begun adding in, because when I first made this, I didn't actually know that you could have multiple different triggers. But now I have started adding in the multiple triggers, and if I don't do all of them, then I will forget. And then some of them will work, and others won't. So I need to finish this. Ah, yes, thank you for checking in. Okay, that's all of those finished. Okay, so now they should... Yeah, okay, they work. Lovely, you can now use a shorter version now if you'd like. Okay, hang on, let's do transform. So for this perspective, I would want it towards the top. I'll worry about perfect symmetry and such afterwards. Yeah, that's the rising sun. Speaking of which, how is the writing going? Oh, I should probably actually have a save of this. No, wrong one. Do I not have commissions folder? No, hold up, let's spell commissions correctly. Okay. slow writing tends to be. Still outlining the stories, working on ideas, a lot of live stuff happening at the same time too. Yeah, life likes to get in the way of writing. But despite that, life also improves writing. Because even if it takes you forever to actually get things down on paper, the longer that you have those ideas milling around in your head as life happens, the more that life can enrich said ideas. Okay, that's it. Which do I like best? This is interesting. It's dramatic, but because I like that. I do. I think aesthetically this is my favourite, but the entire concept of this card is supposed to be fluidity. Let me check again just to make sure I have the correct description. Yes, meaning fluidity, adaptability. So as interesting and dramatic as that is, I'm not sure that it sells the concept all that well, because it's intimidating, right? It makes the potion look, you know, gigantic, monumental, which is neat, but I don't think it works terribly well for the fluidity thing. I don't think adaptability should look like an intimidating concept. You know, I like the, or what did we determine it was, coffin. I like the coffin shape. I think it works really well with Cave of the Dead's stuff thematically. But maybe for a potion bottle that is about fluidity and adaptability, maybe I should be going with round. Which is, of course, a terrible time to be deciding this. But no, it's not. We're still in the early stages. This is a great time to be deciding it. I just don't like redoing things. Okay, Blender, where do you go? Blender, where are you? There we go. Blender! Okay, so what I'm going to do is... collection... we're going to take... yeah. Cylinder. Carpet. Paste. And I think I'll take this one as well. Copper. Paste. And then we're going to do that. Perfect. Would you rather start a colony on another planet or be the leader of a country on Earth? Well, I mean, I don't particularly want to do either. Because it's, you know, one part of my brain is like, a fresh start sounds really nice. But on the other hand, just cutting my losses and you know, leaving what's broken to try to make something new and shiny and you know, without the problems of the past, it's not a great instinct. And besides, that rarely works in practice because you always bring the problems of previous things with you. The issue of being the leader of a country on Earth is that, I mean, most of the time, a leader can't get all that much done that's good, because in order to get all that much done, you have to kind of be like a tyrant. Because any decent country is going to have, you know, checks and balances and such. You know, ways to limit the power of a singular person, because if you let a singular person be in charge, that tends to go badly. Okay, so I'm going to make add mesh. So, do I want a UV sphere or an icosphere? I don't think it really matters. Let's make it an icosphere. Why? Wait, what? How did you end up over there? No, give it this. Why are you off center? Why can't I select you? Oh, behind move mode. Nope, still can't. How do I put you back? No, whatever. Let's try UV sphere. Yeah, we'll go with UV sphere. Location. 0. 0. Wait, what? Oh, that is the 3D case. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we can just delete that and do it again. Mesh. UV sphere. There we go. Right, no, we want to do resizing in edit mode, otherwise it will treat that as a transformation that is not hard encoded into the object, which in this case I made that way too big. There we go, that's a lot better. Start a call in on another planet, so I don't have to answer to another thought from Earth or anything else. Could also start the next great anarchist experiment. Leading an established country kind of puts a lot of roadblocks that a new colony wouldn't. That is true. Yeah, I feel like it would be, in some ways, a much easier process with a new colony, but another part of my brain is like, well, but we have so many problems here, actually fixing some of those would be really great, because a new colony is likely to be much smaller than an existing Earth country. But on the other hand, it will eventually grow large, but perhaps it is hubris of mine to think that I could possibly make a society where any good I do genuinely lasts. I mean, and on the other hand, like, if I compare to other, like, societies that have been made by various people, it's like, yeah, maybe I'm not as smart as them, but I'm probably at least less racist than the founders of most nations that exist, because most of them were made so long ago. Okay, edit. Something like that. Okay, I like that, but I do think that this is just a bit... It's a good use for wireframe, huh? Yeah, make it a little more reasonable in size. I'll also put it about there. New colony gives you the opportunity to rebuild from the ground up. An established country will give you the opportunity to fix existing problems, and for a greater number of people, but you'd also have to exist in a flawed framework. Yeah, and even when the framework is not terribly flawed, it will, unless it is horrifically flawed, it will prevent you from doing too much, because change needs to be slow in order to be safe when it comes to one person doing something. I also wouldn't necessarily want to be the leader of anything, but that's kind of from an anti-hierarchy standpoint. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to be a leader either. I understand that when it comes to, like, at a certain point of, like, people, you need to have, like, a certain amount of hierarchy simply in the fact of that's a decent way to organize very large groups of people. I still think that that should be done in more of a democracy than, for example, a republic, but regardless, I don't really want to be the person in charge of that. I don't really, like, I'm fine with leadership, personally being in a leadership role in much smaller contexts where I can still, like, actually just talk to everyone. Because sometimes it's like, hey, you just want someone to take point for organization's sake. But when you have more than, like, 25 people, that's, you know, that becomes a very different concept. Okay, view. So for this, I've gone with the idea of, yeah, like an entire people, like, how are you it's going to be so hard to do your job. I don't believe it's 100% necessary to have hierarchy. It's an effective organizational tool, but it presents more problems than solutions, and there are alternatives. And the real problem is that you give anyone power, and that tends to go badly, because of course, who seeks out power? Those who would like to use it. And I don't think you'll be able to tell what it is at that angle. I realise if this is all, since this is all circularly symmetrical, it doesn't actually matter what, like, I don't need to do it, you know, precisely like this. It's all symmetrical regardless. I could do something like that. Doing a more extreme angle does sound fun. I kind of want... they'd be so... I know, it couldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be too bad. Because I kind of want to make something that represents the inside of the glass. Because that would kind of be useful, but that also might kind of be a nightmare to use. Or to see, really. But I suppose if I did it separately... So, like, if I grabbed this... Copy. Let's make a new collection for it. Paste. Did that, and I just made it a little bit smaller. And hey, we've got that. And I could do the same with that. Copy. Paste. Of course, that's in the vacuum of establishing a new colony on another planet. I'm an anarchist on paper, but when it comes to the existing material reality, I have to move more whatever gets people taken care of. Yeah. Yeah, like, oftentimes, you know, like you say, you're working within formats that already exist. You need to find the ways to get as much good as done possible, and sometimes that means leaving some of the ideological things for later because they're more practical, like immediately practical issues to take care of, which can be frustrating, but... Okay, so, I think for this one, that's what we need to Edit mode. This will be helpful. So if I choose limited dissolve, nothing happens. Okay. Dissolve vertices. I seem to have missed something. I don't know. I don't know what it's doing there exactly. Like, it knows something needs to connect, but it has gotten very confused as to how that's supposed to work. Let's do that. We're going to solve edge. No. Okay. Let's just undo a little bit. Because what I want is for those to just connect. Oh, wait, that's how I do that, isn't it? I grab this, and I grab. Wait, is this going to work? Wait. Hold on a second. That's an easier way to do this. Just grab that, delete. That's it. Perfect. And then and there we go. Oh, wait. Mostly. That? No, that's considerably small. There's that. I'm going to go back to object mode and click on. That's fair. There we go, that works. It looks a little confusing now, but I swear it'll work later. Oh, welcome back, Cyril. Exactly. If the police were to just be completely eliminated all at once right now, it would be an unmitigated disaster, despite the problems that even the quote, best police forces present. Instead, the real-world solution is reform. Gradual changes that focus more on humanitarian efforts, public safety. This concludes Christmas Soapbox Hour. I appreciate the soapboxing though. It is fun to have conversations of that style. Especially when it's not with horrifically rude people who purposefully miss the point of things. Too many people like that. Just felt like it needed to be a little closer. That's fair. Oh, oops, wait. Think of that. Okay. Oh, control instead. Oh, yeah. Okay, oh boy, that is a lot to try to make out. Edit mode. Oh yeah, that'll be good enough. Yeah, this is going to be challenging. But yes, how are you doing, Sarah? We've just been debating ethics of hierarchy and government systems. creating a new versus trying to fix what exists. All that. Yeah. The idea, though, of having, like, colonies that each are different social, like, experiments as far as, like, what kind of structure in the end ends up being the most effective is a really interesting idea. Obviously, well beyond anything that's you know, reasonable to do, especially given that we can't actually make colonies to begin with, but, you know, like, space colonies anyway, and there's not much left of the planet to colonize. A lot of people are, in fact, very hard to have conversations like that with. Right. And I can be on the right subjects, but you'll never find an anarchist that doesn't love that set boxes. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so what I'm going to do, make that invisible, let's find a camera. Right. Camera to view. I want not exactly what I was aiming for, but I understand why that's what happened. Can I move? That's 3D cursor. I cannot see it. Oh, there it is. That'll work. Okay, size, let's see. Oh, no, it's still going to that. Why is it going to that point? Fine. Okay, that'll work fine. There we go. For what's supposed to be a drawing stream, I'm spending a lot of time in Blender. Hey, Mark. Alright, I will try very hard to remember that, and will probably forget, so feel free to just, bring it up yourself at some point. And so, how extreme of an angle do I want? There's the cog. There's the cog. Ah, yes, I should move that. Okay. That one. There's a question. I don't want... Because I want this to stay inside of that glass. This is difficult to say. Oh, yeah. Perfect. Oh, that's even, like, right at the center, essentially. There we go. Okay. So, what perspective do we want on this? I could do a fairly extreme angle. There we go. Da-da. Can I hide the 3D cursor for a moment. It's kind of a little annoying. Okay, I think this is a little difficult to understand, but that is why I did it in pieces. Okay. This is what, my fourth set of references? It's only the third time I've opened up the snipping tool. Hey, Tilsai, where are you? Yes, I've neglected you long enough. And let's... I think we're going to have one just like that. Especially, oh yeah. Especially since I am also going to have one that's entirely I'm going to need to make subfolders, that'll be easier. There we go. Because one needs to be the inside to make the volume of the glass. Which I don't know how much I'm going to end up actually illustrating of that, but it will be a helpful reference regardless. Also, question, can you all actually hear the background music? Is that there? Anarchist bombing was a false flag campaign to paint anarchists as bloodthirsty extremists. My police used extremely flimsy evidence to pin the bombing of a labour union demonstration on a local anarchist group. Despite the fact that anarchism is a pro-union ideology, one of the anarchists executed for it was a speaker at the demonstration. Oh my goodness. That is... quite the propaganda. Oh, okay, good, I'm glad. That's... like, I can understand... in a way, how they would be able to like spin that as like, yes, anarchist unions that's a structure, and thus the opposite of anarchy, because anarchy, it must mean no structure. I can see how they could manage to spin that in a way, except for the like, this was literally someone who was at the demonstration, a speaker for it. That is some impressive spin. One second, actually. I want to go into edit mode. Just to make it a little easier to pass. Yeah, I can see, because, yeah, I mean, anarchy isn't something that a lot of people have much knowledge about, so I can see how it's, in some ways, an easy thing to create propaganda around, or about, rather. Still is, to this day, taught as fact that the anarchists did it in American colleges. Oh dear. That is how it was taught to me until I did any amount of research at all. Hey Joy, misinformation, not just in school, but in higher education. Horrible. Okay, that's that. Now we can have this. I need, yeah, might as well grab more references. Just this far. And then just the neck up. And that should be all of my references. Hopefully, if I like them this time. Would you rather be able to control Earth or air? Oh, we finally have a divergence from the incredibly deep questions the Would You Rather has been asking of late. There we are. Yeah, I think that looks fairly nice. Let's make it a little bit larger, but... yeah, something like that. My computer's like, whoa, you're asking a lot of us right now. Okay, brush, that's cute. Okay. Let's move this just a little. There we go, that's fairly centered. Actually, putting it away. Probably big air. I feel like I would have a hard time choosing. I think I'd take Earth. I think I personally would take Earth. I could build things. That'd be fun. Maybe then I'd actually try getting into sculpting. I don't really do a whole lot of non-digital art these days, except for pencil drawings and occasionally pen. I have a drawing notebook that I told myself I was going to every day do a little ink drawing without having a sketch to try and combat my my extreme perfectionism. Of course, ADHD, I stopped doing that after like a week. But hey, this looks fairly symmetrical. I think we're going to give this at least a bit of a try. Let's put that there. You know what? Let's make it that. Back to liquid density. About like that. Right, and of course it is still visible because of the way that glass works. If I can control air, I'd never reveal it or do anything particularly big with it. No, I'd simply be the best skateboarder the world has ever seen. I mean, that's clever. Bless you. I just heard Derek sneeze in the other room. Oh, last time I did a reality stream, they ended up asking me a bunch of questions about Derek. They're like, oh, you should do a Q&A stream with Derek. And so I mentioned that to him, and he's completely down for doing that. So at some point, we might have a Derek Q&A. Oh, right. Let's get rid of all of the references I'm not using, actually. There we go. So we'll just make it brownish, because it's cork. Well, I suppose corks are a little more yellowish, aren't they? Like that. Level of saturation there. There we go. Basics. What do you think, Zeron? Would you choose or air, and what would you do with it? I would have fun building things with it. Yeah. The inside part of that. Of course, I'm not sure I'm going to actually illustrate these edges. They might just be implied by the liquid inside. There we go. Always been better. Oh. Yeah, good enough. Then, ooh. I did a fairly decent amount of purple. Take a larger brush. There we go. I do want a lot of movement to it. I want the movement back that way, or do I want it to come up towards the viewer? Questions. Can a hang glide? Oh my goodness, that would be so cool! Okay, with the hang glide idea, maybe I'd have to go with wind as well, because I love the idea of being able to actually fly, and I mean, you're never going to get more actually flying than having a hang glider that you can just do forever. I feel like this is going to be a little more difficult to actually see. should be blurry, so that's smooth. Like something like that. You need to make sure that it's enough that the bottle feels at least decently filled. I need a lot more line art to make this work. Okay. Yeah, something along those lines, and then probably some more shape given here. Maybe some bubbles inside of it. There's a lot harder to see now. Yeah, something more along those lines, I think. Yeah, I think I like that. Let's see how that looks without the reference. A little harder to see, but that's fine. It's... Besides, we'll be using something without texture, which should be helpful. Wait, nice little bit of concept, which we're going to put in its own folder. Folders, they're so useful. I'm terribly unorganized, and my memory is crap, and I rarely label all of my layers, so... It would be really funny to confuse a bunch of scientists by making a, quote, infinite motion machine using the wind powers. And, like, they're just like, how can this work? This can't be possible. And the answer's just like, oh, well, you see, I was using magic. Magic. Okay. So, it is time we're going to make another folder. Actual drawing. That is what that folder is going to be called. And I'm going to do that in orange. Just so that it stands out very well from this. Would you rather master baking or cooking? I love what comes out of baking. I don't love doing it. I'd rather master cooking. Alright. Going to start with this. How much actual line work do I want? I should have, at the very least, actual line work for the outside. What weight do we have this on? Incredibly thin. We're going to need it larger. I do have this at... I don't even see. It doesn't have the... oh, right, there's other programs that have that. This is, it's a very large canvas. Apart from the largest I've used, but it is quite large. I can almost just do this with the circle. but I'm not going to. Also not going to use I will. Never mind. Maybe. Oh, dang it, ads! We will be back in just a little bit. Oh, I'd rather run a bakery. I'd not considered doing either professionally. Okay, we will be back in about 3 minutes. Aha, I have returned. Thank you, Crispy. Well, congratulations on getting wizard. I feel like I should say that I'm sorry that you lost those coins, but on the other hand, that was really funny. I'm just going to do a bad... Yeah, I should do it, frankly, thicker. Yeah, we'll go with this for now. Now, I acknowledge this is a bad line. I'm just going to fix it. kind of thing. There we go. What's that? Much better. Aha. It's funny, it's tragic, and the odds of flipping bad 4 times in a row are astronomical. That's it. What are the odds of flipping bad 4 times in a row? That's what? What is it? It's like 6% something? Yeah, because it's 50 and then 25 and then 12.5, so then it'd be 6.25% chance. Oh no, that's even worse. 3% chance. Your luck is non-existent today, I'm afraid. Oh yeah, that's roundish. It is round enough for now, I think. Da-da. I suppose technically. Because that should be, so that should be under, so. Sphere. Oh yeah. Neck. Da-da-da. Hey, a 9. That's not great. That's not terrible. Make that a little, just a little transparent. Not do it that way. Oh, that's worse. That's terrible. Okay, not great, but more workable than the previous attempt. Good enough. Neck, face. No, yeah, it's fine. Started out really good and then went downhill quickly. Oh, yeah. Should work. Yeah. No. That. Work out the details later. So when there's no fat, you'll be nice. Maybe dice just like you better than the coins do. And well, it's not. There's no bet. You can get time tokens from the dice if you get a natural 20. You can also get timed out with the natural one, but still, you can win something. What is it called? The lip? I think so. Put that behind the cork because it won't need to be seen. Wow, that's terrible. Let's try that again. much better. Lovely. Universe owes me something after Monday. I had to walk 3 miles home at 2 in the morning. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, it does. Good heavens. Go. Okay, I don't need to be too precise with that. So it's right there that is where the cork meets it. Should no, that doesn't pan out. What? Just going to do it right there. That's where I imagine the two spots, the two objects meet. I'm probably wrong, but it's fine. Just fix it later. I should have had that transition behind the cork as well. Ah, well. Good enough. Good enough for now. Okay, so there we have the very basics. That looks very silly. That's what we're going to have. Cork. And cork will be in another colour I won't use. Green. This is not meant to be representative of what the actual outlines will be later. I just want a colour that will stand out from the background. Good heavens. I went to a guy I met off a dating app's house. He picked me up, but then he'd been drinking, so he couldn't drive me home. And he wanted me gone that night right then. So okay, I did get. Why invite you over to his house if he's not going to ensure invite you over to his house and want you gone without providing or ensuring that there would be a way for you to get home? Like, it should have been on him to call an Uber or something. Good heavens. That seems atrociously rude. Like, that's not safe either. That was very inconsiderate. There we go. Oh, heavens. I suppose that suggests that this should come out. Something. I suppose that should actually go around it, shouldn't it? I'm going to do that. enough for now. It is what it is. He ghosted me anyways. Oh my goodness. Just purple eyebrows. Suddenly this feels like an unsafe space. Good enough, good enough. No, that actually doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? No, it's fine. You're fine, I'm teasing. I am teasing. I'll be honest, I would not put in the effort to dye my eyebrows. I also just don't really want bleach that close to my eyes. Also, eyebrows? I guess I don't know how quickly they grow, but I'm pretty sure it's a lot faster than the hair on the top of your head. I struggle to keep up with dyeing hair when I do it. Yeah. Okay. There's that. And now it is time to get an approximation of the liquid. Okay, we need the third colour that we're not going to use in the image. I guess it can be red. What layer do we put that on? I guess right there. One, because I feel like I'm going to need more than one of these. I'm going to have another one. This is essentially just a notes thing. So if oh, right. So what I'm going to need is... There we go. To be fair to him, I am boy moding IRL, and I did insist that I'd be fine walking. It's not like he forced a woman to walk out at 10 AM. Like, on the one hand, sure, that's fair in a way. On the other hand, I don't think it's particularly safe for anyone to be walking around at 2 AM. And that's awfully fair. And did he even know how close your house was? Also, like, if you're boy moding, and this is a guy, that means that you're outwardly presenting as still, you know, queer to some degree or another, I imagine. That's also not terribly safe. He picked me up from my house. Okay. So you knew it was kind of within walking distance. Look, just... that is too far of a walk. Just simply, it's inconsiderate if you have put someone into a situation where they have to make that walk. I think I'm going to call it that line. That line is very difficult to follow when it gets tangled up in all of those lines, but I think it's actually a good answer. Yeah, I just think that's inconsiderate. If you've asked a person to come over to your place, then you should have thought about things like transportation. You shouldn't be like, hey, you need to leave my place now with no reasonable way to get home. My stylus, or I guess my drawing pad is being laggy again. That That is not a reasonable... That is not a reasonable plan, though. Like, that's... It's rude. You're going to walk both ways. Good heavens. Where's the deleted one? Why is that suddenly changed to a different function? Why is that not deleting things anymore? Why is... Yeah. There we go. Good enough. So this is what I'm going to consider the average liquid level of the potion. Which I probably should have made a different colour, I realised. I'm going to make it lime green. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. So it can't really go past that boundary, right, due to... Well, I mean, that's not true. That's only if it's at that point. Yeah, whatever. Oh, no, yes, it cannot go past there, because that is glass. That means I'm going to want to bring splashes like this further up. Like that, perhaps? I want this to look like living liquid. Like it's moving on its own. I don't have a terribly great way of portraying that. Oh, maybe actually having it try to come up with interesting. Yeah. It's the middle of nowhere. There are like maybe 30 trailers between his place and mine. 0 people lie around for anything untoward to happen. It was scary, but it was all in all very safe. Well, I'm glad that you were safe. Well, there we go. Yeah, that's very... That. I realise that means that I've once again ignored that portion. That should... No, that's not what I meant. Select. There we go. Oh heaven, that is really laggy. Oh, wait, oh, come back. stop lagging so much? What happens? There we go. Something more like that. I do have some things to adjust slightly. I think actually... I'm taking like 2.5 hours. I had to shave. Also, there were hills. Oh, that's so long. So you were walking from 2 a.m. to like 4:30? Yeah, something like that. Let's make this less thin. Now we can inherit. There we are. Like 1:15 to 3:45, I just picked 2 a.m. as sort of in between time to describe the majority of the walk. I mean, you fair. Good heavens. I'd hate that. Frankly, I rarely go on walks that are more than like half an hour at this point. And I rarely do that because I live in such an ugly area. It is, like, it's just cars and roads and those cop cars that are outside right now. Just hideous. What nature there is. Like, it's Washington, so yeah, there's trees and such, but there's also trash everywhere. So I, don't really go on walks anymore. I used to, back when I lived in places that looked at least halfway decent. But it has been a while. Well, that's going to be challenging to portray something like that. Something implying a bit of emotion, I suppose. It was gorgeous. I'd never seen the stars as clearly as I did on that walk. Stars. I love them. Frankly, I miss them. There's so much light pollution here. Growing up, I had the most beautiful view of stars. But hey, that's what you get when you live in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately, there are some prices to pay for that beauty. Going to have a fair amount of just floating blobs of liquid. I'm trying to realise I should make them a little more blob-like than I've been doing. Well, I can do the fine details later. Yeah, not bad. The walk was safe, the view was pretty, and I had my partner on the phone for the walk because I was scared to do it alone. I'm very glad that your partner was willing and able to be that hour of the night. Okay, how does this look if we turn that off? It looks like something. Or less. I also turn that off. Lovely. Poured himself wine and didn't offer. Oh my God. Yeah, this guy doesn't sound terribly considerate. Oh, I just saw that I missed a would you. See you in a bit, Sarum. Would you rather eat a pizza with pineapple or pickles? Probably pickles. I like pickles. I think I've only had pizza with pineapples once, and it wasn't terrible, but yeah. Wasn't particularly to my liking either. Yeah. Oh, I realised. I forgot that this was my actual line work. I guess this is not my actual line work. What the heavens is this? That's what that is. We're going to call this, liquid sketch. Da-da. Probably pineapple, because at least that's the thing. There are actually pickle pizzas though. I've seen others talking about them. So we cannot check it down. Yeah, so I feel like it would depend a lot on how much you have, what kind, and what else is on the pizza. Because if you have just a little bit, for a bit of vinegar, and it's with like a white sauce or a pesto, you know, maybe chicken, maybe some bacon, I think you could make it work. But yeah, there's definitely lots of ways that could go wrong. chicken bacon ranch, absolutely. Crushed red pepper, dip the slices in some buffalo sauce. I'll be honest, I still don't actually know what buffalo sauce is. I've lived in the United States for years, and yet I don't think I've ever actually tried buffalo sauce. Wait a second. Why is that so close to that line? That doesn't... That doesn't feel right. No, not that one. That one. So that's that. How? Oh, that looks off-center. Interesting. Like, not by a whole lot, but just a little bit. Just a little bit. Buffalo sauce is a specific kind of hot sauce that comes from Buffalo, New York. It has a very vinegary flavor profile. Okay. Yeah, so I can see that going well then. So, I'm going to take that and that. Not that. Both of these and just okay, now that looks more reasonable. Lovely. As something, but do you want to take these? They just kind of flatten it. There we go. Aha. Would you rather only wear blue or only wear grey? I mean, you can work with blue. There's suits that are blue, there's... Yeah, like you have everything on all levels of formality. But normally I'm just wearing black. I'm actually wearing purple today. For once, I'm actually wearing... Yeah, pretty similar to what... I mean, same colours. Yeah, navy blue. Exactly. Yeah, you've got a lot of different... Depending on what they'll let you get away with calling blue as well. Because, like... Do you call that cyan blue? Does this get to qualify as blue? It depends on who you ask. But if it has to be, like between there and there, you've got a little less to work with. Like, I feel like everyone's going to hold that blue. That's the littlest sky blue. Some cultures, literally all of the colour green is considered to be blue. That is true. That is true. Which I find interesting. To me, like, being able to distinguish between the general colour of plants and the colour of, like, sky and a lot of water. To be fair, there's plenty of water that's green. Yeah, like, the fact that, like, because this technically, this is cyan. And in art, it is considered a different colour from blue, largely because cyan is actually a primary colour. At least when you're working with pigments. Which, boy, that is a confusing thing to explain to people who aren't familiar with it. So, like, because it is a primary colour, it does make sense that it's classified as its own thing, but in normal day-to-day things, I feel like it should qualify as a shade of blue. I feel like, especially because if you lighten it at all, it's like, that's just blue. Like, cyan just seems like a particularly bright blue. But on the other hand, that's a very different colour. Anyway, back to my red. I feel like this goes a bit too... Need to just... Like, maybe it should go... Oh, yes, like that. Then we can have it connect like that. And like that. Maybe this a little less narrow. But to make kind of the idea that this has... Well, that was kind of odd, doesn't it? More like that, perhaps? It is fascinating to me the way that there's a relatively consistent evolution of how languages acquire different colour names. And, like, some of them make lots of sense. Like, of course, you're going to have a colour to distinguish between light and dark colours first. Ah, yes, staying into the middle distance. Like, it makes sense to have that first, because that's about the most basic thing about a colour that you could say. It feels like the jump from, like, light and dark to having multiple colour words, like, terms for actual colours as opposed to just the brightness of the colour. You'd think you'd have a pretty significant jump to, like, okay, I can now name, like, 3 colours and also if something's light or dark. But, as it turns out, no. I don't remember the exact, like, progression there is. But I do recall that that's not quite how that works. Like that. Kind of. something like that. Probably read after that for blood, communicating the important inside cube is outside now. Yeah, you know, at this point I looked up. Color name fresh. Yep, you are correct. The next is in fact red. No, go back. No, I don't want to watch a video on it. There, so it's dark and white, and then you'll get red, and then either yellow or green. Interesting. So technically it's not that there's languages that consider green to be under blue, but rather the other way around, that blue is considered a part of green, specifically, because it's either green or yellow after red, and then the other one, whichever one wasn't done first. And then it's blue. And then brown, which is interesting, because you don't consider that generally to be one of the you know, when you're looking at paints, you'd expect a different, you know, like secondary color to come in. That's actually fascinating, because that means that even though cyan is a primary color, it doesn't get named until well into the naming cycle, because after brown is things like purple and grey and pink and orange. Colours just existed before paints, and dirt is everywhere. That is true. Dirt is everywhere, and it's an important colour. I think especially when you have green and blue, so it's like, yes, here we have like sky and water, the plants, and then, you know, the dirt, the soil. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, but even like purple and orange come well before cyan, which does make sense, but it is fascinating knowing that cyan's a primary colour. We don't think of it as its own thing, really, until you get incredibly far into naming things. The fact that you get pink before cyan is fascinating, because pink's not even like, an intermediary point on the hues. It's most of what we consider pink is just light red. Like, that's pink, technically also, that's pink. And I think that's an interesting one to me, because magenta is also considered its own colour. But realistically, also, like, that's just pink. That's pink. All of this is pink. And even at that point, like, if you get into red enough, when you're starting to get really specific about colours, sometimes this will stop being considered pink. I mean, that looks almost more orange. And it might be like rose or something. Okay. No, you got to fill saturation, thank you. Yeah, I think I like that. Should I make that? I'm uncertain about this little one. Like, I do want more shape in the middle here. Then we can have something of that sort coming out to give it more of a it almost feels like it should be going back that way. Alright. Should I just perfect this sketch instead? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this layer. Oh, but there's also... yeah, that's fine. Still just... what the heavens did I just do? Hello? Okay. Okay. That was odd. Not sure what that was about. I'm going to remove this for now. Well, that's strange. I'm just going to add a white dress by having another blob. Oh, hail the blobs. But yeah, we're going to just copy this layer. This is going to be liquid 1. And now I'm going to start separating out layers. So first of all, we need the things that are in here. Nice and simple. Actually, I'm going to leave that for later. So the very, very back is going to be that. And maybe you can have this on there too. Now. We'll put that on the same layer with this. Right. There we go. Should this be on its own layer? That's fine. Right. We are going to cancel that because this should be the only thing on this last layer. That is how that should work. Oh, I like that. Oh well. So this layer. I suppose that one as well. I'm going to have this as one that's behind this one. So that, these, that. More bad though. There we are. Would you rather always have to dress formally or always wear casual clothes? I'm trying with trash. See, I do have need for formal attire given some of my work. But frankly, I don't want to put in that much effort every day. And ideally, I can just make my money doing things like this and voice acting with it. No one knows what I'm wearing. So I think I'd also take casual attire. So now we're going to want this and that, that one as well. I suppose that, yeah, that's what it is. Liquid. Alright. And finally. Liquid 4, which liquid 4 gets go up there. Above that, you can barely tell, but it's good enough for now. The most formal I will get is buttoning up a flannel. I see. Yeah, no, I do have to get fairly formal for some of the performances I do. Not like tuxedo or anything, but decently formal. After all, sometimes I have to play a rich man, so gotta play that up. Though I did once get to play an eccentric old rich man, and that was fun because then I got to just look insane. Ah, hello there, welcome back, Saron. How was your break? change that, which... that'll... we're going to do now... no, that's not what I meant to do. That's fine. Yeah, something like that. And, oh, that looks odd. It's fine. We don't need to follow it to the day. Except that kind of looks strange now. Okay, that can go away. We just need it to look reasonable, not perfectly matching that one thing. Da-da-da. Oh good, I'm glad it was nice. Now, do not entirely understand what this is doing. What? That's one. Okay, that's decently smooth. Let's try to put this more like that. Just so that looks more like it's following the curve of the glass. Okay. How's that doing? Oh, right. That could use some help with that transition. Gently, gently. There we go. That should hopefully work fine. There we go. Oh, ads. Oops. Alright, I will be back in just a few minutes. Take care, have fun. on getting Jasmine. Alright, I could not help myself and adjusted this a little bit after the ad started. Also, I think what I need to do is make this considerably thinner and this thicker. I think that will make the whole thing make a little more sense. So I'm going to change that a bit, which is going to be a little bit of a pain. I will have to readjust one. There we go, perfect. So 500 adjustment. Oh no. Crispy. Do about 60. These guys are waiting. Oh, yeah, at this point, you've managed to get it to less than a 2% chance. Except that, of course, you know, with the way that coins and statistics works, technically, there's a completely equal chance every single time. Math is weird. Math is so strange. No, not that. Because technically every time there's a perfect 50% chance. And yet, I am mad. You are mad. Interesting. That's a very impressive claim to fame, I must say. Congratulations on being math. That's that. Okay, and then not that. Wait, how did this? Oh, I just forgot that was. Okay. We're going to put that with liquid 3. There we go. Now liquid 2. Introduce. Oops. Pressure, please. Exactly. It's so weird because like if you look at it individually, it makes completely reasonable to happen, and yet as a chains that is technically less likely, but also each time it's not though. You take the natural weight distribution of coins. Yeah, whatever error the computer may have. Now, in math, because I've got a lot of problems all the time, which appear to sometimes have no solution. That is very unfortunate. Well, I hope that, like with math, things start to make sense as you learn more. Unfortunately, in math, that usually means that you're given harder problems, but usually that stops after college. Yeah, I like that. I think that works well. That needs needs a little bit of finagling, though. Not sure exactly what it needs. But certainly something. Maybe that. Lovely. Which is why the Monty Hall problem is in fact 50-50, no matter what the heck has tell me. Is that the one about the doors? That was so confusing. Yeah, that was like, I've heard it explained so many different ways, and like I kind of a little bit get it, but on the other hand, also no, and yet, apparently, like there's proofs of it, just absolutely befuddling. Maybe I shouldn't have sharp lines. At least not that sharp. Oh, see. You know what I like even less? Hilbert's Paradox of the Grand Hotel. Oh, is that the Infinity one? Like the Infinite Hotel with infinite customers? Yeah, infinite rooms and infinite guests. Another guest walks in. Is the room for them to stay? It's like... Okay, because... I feel like that's kind of a nonsense question almost, right? Because it's like, well, but it's infinite. You can't have more than yes. Like that's not that doesn't make sense. I'm actually going to take this and move it. About that. Okay, so back to liquid one. Is this all? That's... Yeah, we'll call that fine. Because I feel like we'll need all that apparently. That way, not that way. Somehow that's made it worse. Yeah, no. Yeah. Getting these transitions can be very tricky. It's fine. I don't need to micromanage it this much. Roscoe's Basilisk. I've heard that term, but I don't know what the thought experiment itself is, or if I do, I don't know. It's connected to that name. I'm going to move this to behind her, just to make the transition a little less visible. Well, yes, but on the other hand, I kind of think this should be a little thinner. It's kind of in the back, so... And then that means this one is going to need not that much. There we are. Again. Okay, I think no, we're not done with. We're not done with liquid one. We still have these little things. Alright, so imagine in 20 years a super intelligent AI goes rogue. AM style. Not sure what that is specifically. It will infinitely torture anyone that didn't help in its construction. So long as they knew about it. Do you resist it being built so that the infinite torture might not come to pass, or do you assist in building it to try and save your own skin? I resist it being built, because even if that, like, might turn out for me, it's a gamble for me. I don't want people being tortured for no good reason. Yeah. Like, because then, in essence, it's going to end up torturing a bunch of, like, completely random people who just weren't involved with. That's also not a particularly rational way of deciding who deserves torture. Oh, I need to make this more blob-like, right? There we go. AM is in reference to the AI from Helen Ellison's I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Ah! I've not read that, but I have heard a lot of reference and discussion around that one. I feel like I probably should. I don't think that helped. We're going to undo that, and then just... I feel like this is a different colour. Yeah, I've probably accidentally gotten a different colour from the first time I was working on it. That's fine, I'm going to change all of them to a different colour. There we go. Aha. Okay, where's the other droplet? There it is. I suppose that's a bit more than a droplet. Yes. No, not that. That transition still doesn't quite work. Okay, so what's... that's what's not working. Oh, yeah. Aha. Blob. Okay, we have made progress. And we get to talk about these vexing and terrifying hypotheticals. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did gather that from the title, but also every piece of conversation about it seems to suggest that as well. Okay, there's what we're working with. I like this. But I'm also not entirely certain that it makes sense. I think maybe like that. I'm not sure. Oops. Maybe like that. There we go. Like that. Like that. Perfect. I think it needs to be moved a little bit over there. Yeah, definitely going to need more control points. F. Cancel, no. Just this one. Just rotate this one. There we are. There are definitely more hardcore stories out there, but I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a groundbreaking work and presents a lot more philosophical discussion than a lot of the more extreme horror books that capitalise on shock value. That makes sense. When the interest is primarily being hardcore, as you put it, then they'll probably do really well at that, but it makes sense that they probably won't have as much of the other stuff. Would you rather be a good singer or play an instrument very well? Play an instrument well. I'm just turning to look up at my guitar, which I only got recently. I'm not good at... I don't really know how to play it yet. I would love to be good at that, but I think I would rather be a good singer. otherwise I do like how that is done. You know, actually, I think I'm going... Yeah, we're actually going to make this not connect all the way through. Like, clearly meant to be connected, but not actually making it through the whole thing. That should help a bit. Honestly, I think that it might connect. Okay. Perfect. I don't really have an answer for this one, to be honest. I'm pretty decent at both of those things already. Ah, neat. I'm actually generally confident in my musical abilities. That is really cool, though. That is such neat skills to have, and having it to the degree that you're simply confident. Honestly, having that in any skill is really nice. That's one of the reasons that I'm so fond of improv as a skill. Is just it's one of the first skills that I genuinely felt competent in. Okay. Okay. To have that taken care of. This middle blob. It's still quite to do with you. I think maybe I need to make this a little flatter. There we go. Oh, do that. Oh, that's better. If I were to only be good at one, I think I'd prefer singing. It's a cheaper thing to pursue. That is true. It is a lot cheaper. I'm actually a lot more confident in my drumming than my singing. But also a drum set is like $700. Yeah. Yeah, the drums are one of those things on like the bucket list of I would love to learn that skill at some point. But not right now. I have too many interests. Too many things I want to pursue. Yeah. Frankly, maybe I want to get the entire thing a little bit. It's that, and it was 50. Let's make the entire thing just a little smaller. Actually, no, I can just select all of this. Pressure. Okay, I can, but that looked very strange, so never mind. Go back to that. I think I could be a good drum teacher. Oh! That'd be neat. Do you think you'd enjoy that? Okay, there's that, and then we have this blob, which I am going to move a little bit, because I want this to be like that. I'd absolutely enjoy anything that puts me around music every day. What age group do you think you'd be most interested in teaching? That's good. Okay, all done. Liquid 3, this one is going to require the most work, but because I have some major changes I want to do to this. Well, more major than the rest, anyway. That is mostly fine, I think. I feel like when I like this, that doesn't really make a hell lot of sense. Though I suppose what I could do is I could make it something like that. Oh, definitely have to make it a little different, like something like that. Yeah. No. So we're just going to pressure. There we go. An age group would be fine, probably like teenagers, maybe preteens, just because younger kids are a bit harder to work with sometimes. Yeah, definitely a lot more like emotional management when it comes to smaller kids. A lot more changes to the way that you need to teach in some ways. Their little kids are quite a lot of fun. I'll have a bit something like that. Now I'm, like, I kept making this flatter, now I'm thinking maybe I want it bigger, actually. Maybe there should be more, you know, kind of intermediary ones. Like, why wouldn't the center also reach up? Why would it be just at the edges? So what if, is that, yes, just that. There's some change I need to make. drums can also be a very frustrating instrument to learn. You need to be moving 3 limbs minimum independently before you really hear anything satisfying. Yeah, that is a lot of multitasking. But they're the heart of a song in a way, and I do love that. The only things I don't think I could teach would be like metal and jazz, the really complex stuff. Oh yeah, that's fair enough. And I mean, either way, there's so many more people looking to learn at a beginner and intermediate level anyway, because, you know, most people won't get beyond... Well, most people won't get beyond beginner, but especially not, like, even if people who stick with it, most won't get beyond intermediate. Most don't need to. So there's more people in need of that level of instruction anyway. Okay, well, there's the exact opposite of what I was doing to it earlier. Okay, back to liquid 3. Oops. Oh yeah, that's, I forgot about that. I think that the easiest will be connect. There we go. Perfect. Why is this one acting so sharp? Okay, that should help prevent that. There. Just to get a little more of a pointed curve to, you know, the actual point where there would be a point. Oh, a corner. You know, it's just that count as, yeah, it's a corner. Would you rather always have a leaky faucet or a rattling AC? Well, I would just turn the AC off and not have to deal with that. Yeah, I'd rather the rattling AC because I can put in headphones and block out the sound, whereas the leaking faucet, like, it's still wasting water even if you can't hear it. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I want to make this narrower. Like, it looked great in the original reference, but it feels too thick here. Especially at there. Anyway, is this fine? I mean, that's not... How do I want to make it clear that this is over that. this? No, that needs to be in a different place. Okay, this one's kind of bean-shaped. We can keep that. Just need to... There we go. Make it a little rounder. Yeah, that works. And then you. That's a terrible connection. Let's try to improve that. Is that good enough? Should I? There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Not bad. And we can bring that back. Is that where I want to leave that? I could leave it there. I could bring it. There's a lot of places it could be. No. Don't do that. Yeah, that'll work. Lovely. So here's a question on the subject of AC. What do you consider, like, the ideal temperature range? Personally, for me, it's about, like, in the 80s Fahrenheit, 70s Fahrenheit. Hey, you and I are a lot closer than most people I meet. My goodness, one of my roommates, Alexander, he keeps his room so cold, and unfortunately it's right next to my office. 69 Fahrenheit exactly. That's so specific. How is it that specific? Like he gets to 68 and you're just like, nope, too cold. I can tell this is not quite 69 Fahrenheit. Yeah, this one. That one's also rather bean-shaped. There we go. That's bean-shaped now. Slightly skull-shaped, but I'm sure that won't be noticeable. Maybe actually like 60, 65. See, now to me that is cold. That is cold. We've reached the time of year where I live where the butter left on the counter no longer gets soft, and for me that's too cold. That is. Alexander likes it like 50 degrees Fahrenheit in his room. It's insane. It's like we're in the middle of fall. We're getting close to winter. Why do you have your bedroom window open? And it is so down just a little too warm in a light jacket. don't wear a light jacket. 68 is also fine, but 67 is a little too chilly in a light jacket. That's so specific. So you have 2 degrees. 2 degrees. A 2-degree range where you're comfortable. Fascinating. If you're warm, just wear a t-shirt. That's my go-to. Just a t-shirt, maybe a button-up if it's slightly cold. Of course, to my brain, 70s... Well, okay, so to be fair, I've been in the United States long enough that 70 degrees, like in the 70s, is perfectly fine for me. I'm okay with that now. That used to be cold. That used to be cold for me. To be fair, like, the average temperature was probably about 90 degrees where I grew up. So, yeah, we didn't get the 70s much except at night. 60 degrees was like cold, like I need a coat. I mean, not a coat, no. Because you don't, in a place like that. Like, in the, quote, winter, at night, it maybe got into the 50s. I'm not sure, we didn't have thermometers. And it's not like they'd be in Fahrenheit anyway, it was Mexico. Not good enough. I have a 2-degree range where I'm perfect. I'm comfortable anywhere between 65 and 80. I see. Whereas mine's like 70 to 80 degrees, I'll probably be fine. No, that's not true. Like 70 is about almost to 90. Once we get into 90s, like, okay, this is warm. It's warm in the 90s. Get above 100 and then I don't like it. I don't like it. But, that looks... I don't want to change that. Just a little bit. Not like a lot. There we go. Okay, is that alright? I want to make this wider. Kind of, but on the other hand, do I want to... Yeah, maybe. I'm sure this is a riveting conversation with myself to listen to, as I fail to articulate a single thought. There we go. That's... Yeah, that's fine. I want to just make it clear here that it's not, like, following the shape of the bulb here. I'll just have to dip down just a little bit. It's making... yeah. Now this maybe pulled out. Just getting a bit narrower. Like, does that look? That doesn't look quite right. This needs some modification. I mean, that'll work, but it's very round. I'm from Louisiana. I can cope with temperatures into the hundreds, and with a heavier coat, I'm just fine down into the 20s. Oh my goodness. But yes, about ideal. Yeah, it's absolutely. I mean, I can manage with very hot temperatures. The 20s though? No, get me out of that. I don't want to do that anymore. I would rather deal with 110 degree weather than ever go below freezing. But, oh my goodness. No, I do not like the cold. And it does go below freezing where I live very occasionally, but it does, and I hate it. It's so cold and no one knows how to drive. How do I know how to drive in the ice better than a bunch of the people who live here? They live here. They grew up here, a lot of them. I'm from Mexico, we don't get ice. What are they doing? I'm going to curve this in. It's going to, like, trying to make it a little less bean, a little more boomerang. Still kind of a bean, but that's fine. There's not that many different shapes you can do with a vague blob. 63 here right now. I don't know what the temperature is right now. All I know is that I have a heated blanket at my feet and I am very grateful for it. Yeah, was it last year? I think it was last year that Derek... I told you not to make noise anymore. What are you doing? I was sad because my feet are constantly cold. And Derek was like, well, we could get you a heated blanket. And I'll be honest, I forgot they existed. I'm not used to dealing with the cold that much. And I'm just not used to heated blankets being a thing that you can have. Well, frankly, most of the things that you can do to make being in the cold less unpleasant, I just forget about them. Which is unfortunate because it's a problem that's very solvable in some ways. My feet still get very cold though. Only so much that can be done about my poor circulation. Good enough. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, congratulations! Oh, that never happens for me here. September? Lots of rain. Granted, not generally what I would consider rain. Water falls from the sky, but probably not in significant quantities. Yeah, what Washingtonians consider rain is rather different from what I would generally consider rain. This feels maybe a little chill. Just like doesn't need to become like completely straight up. Just let's. I kind of don't like that shape now. Okay. Forgot I was on the pressure tool. No, that is going to make it. What do you call those again? What are they? Yeah. Tangent. That would create a tangent. I know my hard words. I've had 1 year in my 20s, soon to be 21 years of birthdays where it wasn't pouring. That was the year I broke my arm. Oh no, that's terrible. It's like, finally no rain. Oh, this is much worse. I think this is having the liquid not just splash and be kind of grasping towards the top, I think is doing something for the idea of this being alive. Then all the electric blobs trying to get up. the shape's a bit better. I think it's fine. It can be a little bit boring back there. Maybe that's it. Bring that back. Yeah, that's fine. I think I might want to make this line very narrow and try to make this look more like it has splashed and is now washing back down. Which also means make that a little flatter. Now, do I want to do pressure or do I just want to reduce the weight? That's pretty significant. That does mess that up completely. Be quiet, other foe. Good night, Saron. Take care. My wrestling career was never going to end very well. It doesn't end well for most people. Okay. Maybe now it will be silent. Would you rather visit 100 countries for a short time, get to live in 5 countries? The first one. I don't want to live in more countries. Like, it's neat, the idea of getting to stay and learning culture and all that. It's neat, but I already have enough trouble with the fact that I have 2 different countries that I call my home. Also time. But like, adding in more countries would not make life easier. That would make life so much more complicated. That will look like it, especially as we go up. That it gets thin. Oh, even with that, I think we need a little more. This is not quite fitting anymore. It's narrower. Yeah, we'll expect that a bit. And this. Need to narrow. Not too much. Is this one that? That's a little hard to tell. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's about it. Oh, ads are coming. Good to know. Just to smooth that out. Kind of looking like a shark fin this close up. Okay, but that does need to get much larger as we come in here, so that, yeah, this will work. And, wait, this is on the same layer. To 5, what's that? 16? That's kind of works. Wait, no. Yeah, it's fine. It won't be terribly visible. 100 countries. I want to spend my whole life. Yeah, it would be like, wait, how many countries are there? Depends on who you ask. Okay. Oh, dang it, the ads arrived. Okay, I'll be back. See you in a bit. Alrighty, I am back. Yeah, we're having quite the day for interesting statistics. What else we just had? Oh hey, finally! You've broken it. But yeah, I have over 100 different words in the hangman list, and every time it chooses randomly one of them. I don't have anything to prevent repeating hangman in the same way that I have repeating, to prevent the repeating would you rather questions. So it is, technically possible, but very, very rare for them to repeat one after another, which I think this is the first time that's happened. Was there anything between this Jasmine and the last Jasmine? Because that's like, I don't know, 1 in over 1,000 chance. We're having a lot of statistical anomalies today. Yes, congratulations on your win. It is a long time coming. Oh no. Since this is no longer going to be directly related to that, I am going to put that there. Okay. 3 is fine. Finally, liquid 4. These two. That one doesn't need any help at the moment. Ah. How do I... Interesting. Since, I guess technically, this is closer to the camera, so we're going to give it slightly more weight. Okay. Okay, never mind. I changed my mind. I will go with the 60. This one going to have much more weight. This is quite a bit closer to us. Okay, maybe 8 is a little bit much. There. I see. How? There we go. A jelly bean. Also, I want you to know every time my partner uses the pet name darling for me, I think of you. think that's really funny too. Have you told your partner that? Yeah, every time you call me that, it makes me think of a purple man who's friends with a mustache. Unforeseen consequences of my name choice. And, I really didn't put enough thought when I chose Darling as my name to the fact that it is a pet name. I don't know why, but that just kind of didn't register to my mind. It wasn't on my radar. And so then when people started mentioning things like, I had a friend who, his mother would be like, are you talking to like a partner? He'd be like, no, it's a guy I know, his name Darling. But he had to explain this to his mother like multiple times because she was like, nah, you're talking to a romantic partner. I'm not told my problem. That might be for the best. Okay, I think that's good. Do you want to make this narrower? I do. I have to figure that out. Oh yeah, hold on a second. I can't just have that end. What was I thinking? The entire cork is going to be invisible. It's made of glass. Let's just end. Oh, wait, what? There we go, okay. Cork. You know what, I don't have that colour specifically, but that's fine. Because, as I said earlier, I will be changing it. Obviously the cork will not in fact be bright green. And it's not in our colour palette today. I suppose that's more of a dark green there, but regardless, still not doing that. It would not look good. Especially with the like purple, teal, and like I could make do with a red, brown, and green colour scheme. It's not going to go well with the purple, teal, and black though. Lovely. I am so glad that I've finally gotten decent at the habit of actually saving. It was so much work before I learned that habit. Yeah, this almost looks like fire. It's a good thing it's going to be purple. I'll put lots of shine on it as well, so that it looks more like liquid. Yeah, that should work pretty well. Going to have to modify. Right. That's going to have to be glass. Oh, don't know what else to call it, so that's the name it gets. There we go. Going to lie to you, darling. Your potion bottle looks like an apparatus for smoking legal medicinal substances. Yeah, fair enough. I'll have to show it to Kenya. He'll appreciate that. because I'm going to be deleting the one that's behind it. Yeah. Oh, just fine. Maybe I need it slightly smaller. Oh, no, that worked. That worked fairly well. No, not that. I'll get the precise details in a moment, but for now, how does that... It's a little odd, I suppose. That doesn't look terribly good. Let's fix that. There we go, a little less wobble there. This is also rather wobbly. Much better. Would you rather have 1 wish granted today or 3 wishes granted 10 years from now? I'm assuming usual caveats, such as... Well, I suppose I'm assuming the typical, just like, can't wish for more wishes. I was going to say it depends on whether or not these are like, monkey's paw style wishes that kind of, tend to go badly for you. But I suppose that doesn't really matter, because if they are that kind, I just don't want any of them. Because I feel like I'd rather have it today and give myself the ability to do very helpful things. Yeah, I think that would be what I'd choose. Just like, I don't know exactly. I'd have to sit down and like think out what is the ideal way of getting that done. But yeah, I think that would be essentially my solution is get the wishes now, but make them things that will be helpful in the long term, because I can continue to use them. There we go. That's that, and here we have this, which is now a little bit off. Oh, right. I don't quite understand the point of having one of those, like one of these pressure nodes, that close to the end. Like, might as well just have that on the end. Like the pressure data, I mean. Yeah, what would be a good way to use that wish, though? I suppose one of the biggest issues, though, with ever trying to get a wish, is that you need to figure out preemptively if it's the kind of wish granter who's going to make life difficult. Oops, no, wrong way. Like, how do you ask that? Hey, am I going to regret getting a wish from you? Okay, that's good enough. It's working in incredibly fine details. This is probably unnecessarily high DPI, but that's fine. Oh, actually, that might not be fine if Discord doesn't let me send the image. I forgot about that. It's okay, I think Kay has other ways of getting it to her. gender fluid, I think. I think that's one of the correct pronouns. Yeah, no, that needs to change. We are going to start with... what's that? Just... taking the entire thing. Yeah, I forgot this was a part of it. That's fine, I'll just... yeah. We'll just... no! Don't delete the entire thing. Alright, delete path. There we go. Yeah, so I think that this part... a little more squish. Aha! 3 wishes in 10 years. I'll figure out incredibly specific ways to word them to make sure I get what I want, even if the wish granter is a nasty little trickster. That's fair. Yeah, one thing that annoys me is when some people have... like, look, okay, you have a trickster wish granter. Interesting concept. But what annoys me is when people take that and are like, oh, they just tack on another thing. So instead of it being like, oh, your wish is fulfilled in a way that is problematic for you, as opposed, like, that's interesting, but instead of doing that, it's like, yeah, you get your wish, and also random bad thing. Like, if someone's like, oh, I want a bunch of money, instead of it being like, oh, you wish to have a bunch of money and it appeared, like, I don't know, on top of you. Or it's in a currency that it doesn't exist yet, or whatever, or it's at the bottom of the ocean. Instead they'll be like, yeah, you get all the money and also your legs break. And it's like, that's not clever, that's just, it's boring. It's a boring way of taking a trickster wish granter. Yeah, because that's like that. Should that be more rounded? Maybe that should be more rounded. Yeah, because that's more rounded, and that's more rounded. So, this should be of a similar level of roundness as that. That. Oh. Oh no. Oh heavens, is my string? Okay, well, alright. Thank heavens. I've been having some issues with my computer very occasionally deciding to blue screen, so when my stylus froze and my avatar had some issues and also the music stopped at the same time, I was concerned that it was about to crash. Oh well. Well, I'm changing my form at will, with the only limitation being I cannot change things that aren't me. 2. True self-awareness, knowing entirely what I am and what I want. 3. A world where everyone is taken care of and happy. I feel like the third one is the going to be the hardest one to word in a way that doesn't end up being an issue. That looks... I don't know, I don't quite like it. Why? Good enough. I don't need to be this finicky with it. That's true. 10 years, you can workshop it with people. Like, so how would you mess with this up? this way. Okay. There's that. Let's actually fix the cork now. That's, you know, I think the easiest way to get these to connect is going to be that. Go. Oops. Those are wildly different thicknesses. Let's try to rectify that at least a little bit. Of course, that's going to... oh, well. There we go. Yeah, so that is still thinner, but not by as much. So this is what, 42, this is 36. That's fine. That's that, and now I need to fix this once more. And that is good enough, I think. It's... Would you rather have a mullet for a year or be bald for 6 months? I would take a mullet. I don't terribly mind mullets anyway. I know the first 2 wishes are in fact the most transgender genie wishes possible. I mean, especially the first one. I feel like the second one is a little more generic. Yeah, shapeshifting. Oh, it would be so nice. Also, imagine the cosplay opportunities. What is making that? Okay, so it's the other one. Why does it look like that? 17. That'll work. It's fine. It's fine. Those connect with that is good. Back to the cock. I know that works just fine as is. Because I imagine the crime. I mean, yeah, it would make crime, quite a few of them, very, very easy. But I don't know. I guess I'm more than a criminal. Like the cosplays, though, you can do ones that are otherwise physically impossible. You know, cosplay characters that have, you know, multiple arms. Most people have multiple arms. Cosplay characters who have, like, you know, more than 2 arms, and actually be able to move all of the arms around, you know, properly. They would confuse so many people if you don't explain. And, okay. Yeah, like how that ends up working, there's so many questions. Like, how does the aging play into it? How do these things interact? I have no idea. But it would be, honestly, I wouldn't even care if it has, like, a significant impact on aging. Because I'd just be so happy with, you know, being able to shapeshift. So, yeah, having the trans dream, you know, that's good enough for me. Okay. Just like, just that tiny little bit. Oh, I see. Make that a little thinner. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I'd be happy just shifting my shape once, but all those other effects also kill. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like I've reached the point where if I got just one shapeshift, like, I'd take it if it was free, but I'd rather other things than a single shapeshift because I am fairly content with my body. I've suddenly changed my mind about how thick I want all of that to be. It should be quite thick. Like, look at how thick that is. To have some significant thickness here, this is, you know, get that to the 50s. Yeah, and absolutely further. Like, you pre all of that. I mean, I remember the feeling. Not a pleasant place to be. Okay, that is a lot of little things to try to manage there. I'm going to delete some of them. Not what I meant. Why does it look so lumpy? Okay, that hopefully will be enough. Now I'm going to have to get back to this because I've changed my mind about quite how much I've squished it. Because it does still have to be round enough that it makes sense as far as the, like that. But, okay, so we will squish it a little, but we will also, I've done that wrong, unsquish a little bit. There we go. Much better. You've heard of Herculean and Sisyphean tests. Now get ready for Odyssean tests. It'll get done. It'll take 20 times longer than it should with a million side quests. And a much higher cost than it should have. Neck. There. That's fine. Like that. Really need to worry about is this. Should have thanked. That doesn't feel quite right. No, don't do that. Don't bend around like that so much. Pandorian test. Their very act of starting it accidentally triggers a whole chain of unintended events, the scope of which was far beyond your comprehension before you began. Yeah, that's a good way of describing the egg cracking. We're going to take that. Trying to avoid an outcome, and by doing so accidentally bringing forth the very outcome you were trying to avoid. One of the most frustrating options. But dang it. This is what I was trying. All that work. That's that. And this, which I think could improve a little bit. Just take that. Just take that and pressure. Is it the fault? I think it's the fault of this. So we're going to once again grab this time, which is going to be it. Okay, we're going to move it back a little bit. Okay, so long as it's not an Icarian task. Achillean task. A perfect plan with exactly 1 point of failure that unfortunately absolutely ruins everything. Very often a feature in tragedies, which I never liked much. There's... never gotten into tragedies. Like, I know for a lot of people, they're very popular. Maybe not now as much as they used to be, but they're quite popular. Never been in my style of story. Okay, so there's that. Alright, time to give things the colour they should actually have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the bottle itself slightly teal. Fairly bit saturated, but... which I guess just means pale. Actual drawing, we're going to bring up the colour. Right. There's in front. Colour! Actually, I think that's a bit too saturated still. And then we're going to set it at... we'll start with 50% opacity. We'll see how I feel about that later. I can enjoy particularly moving tragedies, but I prefer things that don't make me cry. Yeah, I also... like... I mean, to be fair, fiction rarely moves me to tears. In fact, I just don't do that all that much. But... unless it's those comics about the animals, the like death with the animals and such, yeah. But anyway, I don't usually have that issue, but I just want it to be fine in the end. It's okay if it's sad for a while, so long as in the very end, it's alright. I didn't finish with that. That's it. So fine, make that visible. Yeah, I'm gonna multiply that fairly heavily. Maybe I should do that again. Oh, look at that. But what was I checking? Oh, that. No, that is about the correct position. Okay. So, we're going to take a look at this, and we'll once again slightly downward, upward. I think it'll be fine now that's just smaller. I want to do that way. It's fine. We'll worry about it later. Neck base. That's the one I haven't done anything with. Yeah, I guess if I put enough time and effort into truly engaging with a piece of media, I would like, at the end, you know, to get something joyful. Like, there's some stories where that doesn't happen, and where it is good enough for me to stay through the whole thing. But I just... the vast majority of the time, I'd rather have something nice at the end. Life is hard enough, IRL. It's alright in the end, or if it's absolutely devastating in the end, whenever a thing you didn't see before absolutely falls together into a miserable little puzzle. Into the Rube Goldberg machine being the sort of Damocles above your own head being dropped. For me, if it's going to be sad in the end, I do want to know ahead of time. If I don't know that ahead of time, I'm going to be frustrated. Because it's going to feel like, you know, oh, I was signing up for a regular story, which generally have happy endings, and then I didn't get that. Like, there's some stories, like, I still haven't watched it yet, but that one with, there's a story about, I can't remember the name of any of the actors involved anymore, but the premise is the two gay men, one of them is going to get sick and die. Like, that's from the beginning, you know, that's the entire plot line. That's the kind that I need to have known that beforehand so that I've come into it with that expectation. That looks quite right. I guess I need a little bit more pressure. A bit thicker. Okay. Free Wi-Fi. You can charge things for free as long as you have electricity in the first place. Like that's it. What? I'd rather have unlimited battery life on all your devices. I have free Wi-Fi wherever you go. Yeah, free Wi-Fi would be incredible. I guess that does depend just a little bit on what counts as a device, because if I can get an electric car and never have to charge it, that would be pretty neat. I guess that also depends, just for each individual, how much time they spend away from... In places where your device is dying is like a thing that can reasonably happen, and I'm rarely in that position. Like for someone who, I don't know, goes hiking, that might be more of an issue. But I try to avoid hiking. There we go. It's fine. It's... It's just... Nice. There we are. That mostly looks right. It's a little weird. Over here. There we go. Now I'm thinking with portals. Oh, what an amazing game. I need to play more Portal. I got, like, there's the special mod that I was told about for, I think it was the second Portal. They gave a bunch of extra content, but I never ended up being able to stream it because it does not play nice with OBS, which is so unfortunate because I love Portal and I'd love to have Portal, but there's more of it. But OBS said no. Or the game said no to OBS, I suppose, I don't know which. Okay. I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and colouring. Oh, right. That should probably, there we go. I don't need to be mess with the percentage. Neck. Wait, I didn't do the neck. Oh well. Would you rather a lifetime supply of fruit or vegetables? Fruit, because you can turn that into wine and sell it. That was exactly where my mind went as well. I would also take fruit just because I love fruit so much and I often forget to buy it. Going to worry about the mode, the blending modes later. So the last one's fair. Oh, I need to. Actually, I mean, for the most part, it's fine, but that transition, that's not great. That still doesn't look fantastic, I'll be honest. Yeah, a little better. There we go, that's fine. Vegetables are generally younger. I have quite a few vegetables that I do enjoy. I've been having so much edamame recently. It's so good. Yeah, I have a lot that I like, but also a lot that I don't like. I suppose I was going to say I don't like mushrooms, but like those are vegetables in culinary terms, but they're not even plants. Yeah, there's some very good vegetables, and then there's, you know, cauliflower. Why is it so expensive in Stardew Valley anyway? Okay, time for liquid. Which is going to be purple. Going to make it a bit of a purple. Not quite that much. I suppose that's fair. Though I did finally find one singular kind of mushroom that I will eat. They're called wood mushrooms. And they have a very, very different texture from any other mushroom I've ever had. Which, thank goodness, because I can't stand the texture of mushrooms typically. Is that all? Nope. I missed one. Is it here? Yes. No, because that's the main dang it. Now that I've given them all their colour, I'm like, nah, that is the wrong choice, because the main colour is going to be that purple. So how do I... I think that's going to be an issue. How do I do that? So I have the issue of I want the purple to be all exactly the same, but I have different effects on, you know, like, I want that made more transparent. But I don't want the purples to multiply, so just setting them to... Yeah, that's going to be a little complicated. I'll figure it out later. For now, this is my regular liquid colour, and we're going to just establish that. There we go. You can be that. Meanwhile, actually, just so that we can see it properly, we're going to use a much lighter one for this. I can't actually tell if that worked. Did that? It did. Two. Oh, I missed that one. Oops. Yeah, that should probably work. It's a good enough placeholder for now so that I can tell what's going on. Did you know that mushrooms can absorb minerals from soil that they live in? This is my plan to grow mushrooms in kryptonite and get Superman high. Would it get him high or just kill him? That's actually an interesting thought, though. Can Superman typically not get inebriated? Is that not usually an option for him? Okay, there's that, and then final type of thing. Coke. Oh, I could do it in cream? No, that wouldn't help. That would not help. There we go, that's a good enough Coke. Placeholder colour. There we go. Just a little bit. Okay. The kryptonite itself doesn't kill him, it merely weakens him to the effects of injury and such. He won't die from just being around it, but he would die if you killed him around it. I thought that there was, at least in some versions that I've seen, that's been a, potentially lethal thing. But, oh heavens. Just the Steam page crashed. Hold on a second. Oh! It's 2 AM? Oh. I should be going to bed. Well, I mean, at least I have the basic shape and all of the colours laid out. It's not bad. I even almost started doing actual colouring. Almost. That looks a little wobbly, I'll worry about it later. Yeah. I have absolutely nothing planned for the background. I need to remember to actually have that. Figuring out that's going to be complicated. Not sure how I'm going to do that. I have some thoughts for how I'll do that, but I'm not going to worry about them yet. 4 Yeah, we're both up late. Alright, well, I guess it's time to find someone to raid. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been quite a lot of fun. Do I know anyone who's streaming? Do you know anyone who's streaming? Preferably someone who's doing something calm so that we can, go to sleep. Then again, I suppose as long as I raid into another person in the art category, that should be fine. Oh, interesting. Not often that I see. So someone has like no raids in their title. I will of course be respecting that, but I've never seen someone have that. Let's. Europe seems to be awake right now, given a lot of these titles. Oh, Xion Blue is streaming. Yeah, we'll do Xion Blue. Because they have a nice chill stream, should be easy to fall asleep in. Yeah, there's a reason that I'm often raiding into Australians. A lot of Australian and Filipino people awake, and also, like, the UK sometimes, Germany. Yeah, it's right. Maybe they have one of those, like, normal people schedules? I've heard that they exist. I mean, I do live with two people who have those. I don't know if I'd call Alexander's schedule normal. He's awake so early. Occasionally Alexander will be getting up around the time I'm going to bed if I take a bit too long to get to bed. But anyway, if you are on the Twitch side and you're going to be joining us in today's raid, feel free to type in !join raid, or, I mean, even if you're not, technically, I can't stop you. But thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed the art. I will probably be finishing this off stream because there's not really a deadline, but I do want to get it done in a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, I'll probably post some update pictures in the Discord though. I enjoyed hanging out with you as well. We had many deep conversations today. Take care, remember to drink water, eat food, get rest if you need it, and tune in next time for Stardew Valley. We are probably getting more radioactive, honestly. I can't believe I failed twice at the getting radioactive ore in, well, the radioactive ore quest kind of thing in the regular caverns. I'm interested in the skull caverns, but not the regular ones. Regular caves, what are they called? Anyway, bye-bye, take care. I hope to see you in Xion Blue's stream, and if not, another time. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming by, radio listeners.